hello, everyone! Ida! I'm IdaKyrwick, and I'm here with Norty again for some Stardew Valley. Who's ready?
Hi!
Who's ready?
Let's
I hope
get
you're all ready.
back to the farm. Let's do it.
We gotta! It's farm time! It's farm time, everyone.
Farming.
Yeah.
My sup is 2 infants.
Oh my gosh! 2 entire infants, that's a lot. Wow, thank you, Fairly. Wow.
Munchkinski, hi!
Hello. Let me pop out Nora's chat here too so I can keep an eye on all of you. So I can stalk you. I mean, just observe, you know?
For sure, yeah. Why is my game so
Something
choppy?
like that anyway. Huh. That's odd.
I don't know. It's like a lot worse than usual.
I have mail. Who sent me a mail?
Maybe
Oh, the moonlight jellies. Already? Whoa. My inventory is full as usual.
Why can you not?
That tracks.
Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. Did I? No.
No? You wouldn't.
I wouldn't. No, never.
But did you?
I might have. Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
I really thought you wouldn't, but I guess you did.
Sometimes you have to.
What are we talking about?
Oh gosh. No, I forgot to reactivate. Oh god, to reactivate the head pads. After it didn't work with the other model, but now everything should be fine again. We hope so. And a hydrate! Yay! Why are you pouting?
You gotta be able to pat the head.
Yeah. Ah!
We have internet struggles. Not sure.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Oh no. What? What is going on? Oh no. Oh. Ida! Are you back?
Oh, hi. Hello.
Hi.
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 How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. What about you?
I'm doing okay. Is there like an internet struggle happening?
I think so,
Perhaps?
yeah. But
yeah.
Why?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
I don't know either. What is it?
This is weird. Huh. Well, let's just see what's going to happen.
Yeah, sure.
Oh my gosh, this lag is bad. What is happening?
Oh no.
Ah, my dryer's done.
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
I guess it will give it like another 5 minutes to hopefully fix itself. I am going to be right back.
Okay. Right back. Welcome back.
What did I miss?
We were gossiping about you. We were telling secrets.
Of course,
No,
like I always do when you are gone. Yeah.
Was the laundry actually done this time?
Yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
that's good.
even if it wasn't done, I would have just taken it out anyways.
Right, at this point, what are you gonna do?
Cry. No.
Oh, I came back home and Abigail isn't mad at me.
Oh,
That's so wonderful.
That's unusual.
Yeah.
No.
I feel like I was gone for a long time, and maybe I just feel like that because it's been a while since we streamed. Maybe it hasn't actually been that long.
I mean, I don't think it has.
I have another prize ticket in my chest here.
Oh. All the prize tickets.
When does Moonlight Jellies happen?
Oh god, the dinosaur egg.
Oh, the egg!
I think at like 10? What?
Mannequin in the shed scared me. I was like, there's like a skeleton in here. What?
I think I placed that at the beginning of last stream.
Oh my gosh, it's been a while. Woo!
I also placed it with the intention of scaring you, so I'm glad it worked.
Oh my gosh. It's just like whoever it is, that mysterious person who keeps putting stuff in your basement.
Yeah.
I don't know who that is.
Probably Krobus.
Yeah, maybe Krobus. Oh, now it's starting.
Oh,
okay.
I didn't realize that was today. I thought it was tomorrow. Oh, but
yeah,
yes,
I only knew because we read the letter.
It's the 28th. Okay, good thing I'm trying to take all the crops that we still have. Don't want them to go bad.
Let's go see some jellies. Jelly!
Yeah. I'm coming.
Jellies. No rush though, no rush.
Ah, which way's the quickest?
Are we covering up too much of the screen? There we go. Just adjusting us on my OBS because I feel like we were covering up too much of the screen on my end.
We're just huge.
But the thing is, we're so cute. You probably want to see us more than the game, right?
Yeah. We should just have us full screen and just a tiny window in the bottom of the game.
Right? That's the way to do it, probably.
Yes.
Oh yeah, shop. Shop. What do we got?
Seafoam pudding, yes.
I'll grab that too. That rug is kind of cool.
It is. Let's grab it. Ah, Caroline, where'd you go?
I feel like I already have a lot of these banners. But I don't need them all.
Ah, baby's alone on the pier again. Hi, Sebastian. Do you have anything to say to me?
Yeah! What?
Why do you keep bothering me? I'm trying to forget about you. Well, you see, Sebastian, this is a festival and we're all invited.
Oh, Abby, I brought a blanket for us in case we get cold later. It's a little small, but I'm sure we can make it work. Oh!
That was probably really her intention.
Honestly, I was toying with the idea of like, what if I got divorced too? Like, if I came back and she was mad at me again for being on the island for too long. But like, I don't know, she has a way of winning me back. I'm like, oh, the cute, creepy goth girlfriend. Oh my gosh, I can't resist.
It would be kind of funny if you were to divorce Abigail too, and then we would just switch partners.
Can you imagine, like, still living on the same farm with each other's exes?
That would be kind of funny, yeah.
That would be really funny. There's also the possibility of like us both getting divorced and then marrying each other. That would be interesting.
Yeah, I would love to see
Would
what
we take care of
actually
all
happens
4
in the
children?
gameplay.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, chat? Should I go for it? It's just so hard because Abigail, like, she's so charming. She's so cute. She has a way of winning me over.
She's like a
I don't
siren,
know.
reeling
Yeah.
you in. Go for it.
Maybe we'll do it. We'll have to see. Let's see.
Give Abigail an ultimatum. If she ever gets mad at you again, you'll divorce her.
That sounds fair. Yeah, if she ever like gets in a bad mood with me for being gone too long again, maybe instead of like trying to give her gifts every day to win her back, I'll just like, you're like, you know what? So be it.
Okay.
Hey, Zilla! Hi, welcome. Congrats on VIP. Enjoy.
Ooh.
How are you doing? I keep meaning to hop into one of your streams. I feel like the last like 2 or 3 times I've been like, oh, Zilla's streaming, I should go watch, and then like something else is going on, so I can't. It's unfortunate. Anyway, shall we begin? See some jellies?
Yeah, I'm down.
Alright, let's do it. Let's launch the boats. Let's go!
It's getting late. Okay.
Oh, I missed your message, Zilla. Can't stay since I'm hanging out with friends IRL, but y'all have fun. Oh my gosh, so you've got the same thing going on that I've been having when I've been trying to watch you stream. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are, have fun.
Yeah, enjoy your friends. Enjoy the time that you have with them. Because you never know when it's over. Oh, yeah. Oh, stretch.
Oh.
Thank you. Watching jellyfish is the perfect time to take care of your body.
Of course, yeah. I think maybe the stretch counts for extra because the jellies are so relaxing to watch.
Yeah, the music too. This is like the best soundtrack in the game.
It's so good. I feel like I've noticed more YouTubers lately using Stardew music as like BGM in their videos, and every time I hear it, I'm like, like it just activates this part of my brain. It's like very happy.
It's always either Stardew music or Animal Crossing music.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or I guess the Wii menu music.
I very occasionally heard people using Cult of the Lamb soundtrack too.
Ooh.
I should get back to that at some point. I should play a little more, cause
You should, yeah.
I still haven't done all of like the update content. I have more stuff to explore, and I really love the Twitch integration. I want more games that have that level of like community participation. I really want it.
Yeah. Well, that's a lot of
If
fun.
I were a game developer, that's what I would be working on right now, is like really highly like community participation based games for streaming. Yeah.
I mean, that's an important part of a game.
It's so fun. I love playing games with my community. With all of you. It's like, it's the best. It's my favorite thing.
I have the rug twice now. I forgot I already bought it last time.
Oh.
Well, so be it.
You can just put rugs everywhere.
Just the same rug. Oh yeah, I haven't even checked
Yeah.
what kind of quests we have right now.
Oh, yeah. Wow, fall already, huh?
Oh, no
Abigail's
quests.
favorite season.
The journal is empty.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Abigail's really
scent
going
is
to love it.
Oh yes, Abigail. The scent is unmistakable. Mushroom, rotting leaves, pumpkin. It's fall, alright. Isn't it lovely? Aww, so cute. So cute.
It is a new week, so I can continue giving Sam gifts. Good humor.
Spirits are in good humor today. Yay!
Ah! No! I'm trapped in my house.
Trapped!
Yeah, there's a tree growing in the one space I can walk through.
Oh my gosh! Do I have to come rescue you?
I do have the tools, but it looks funny.
Oh! Sam is here. Hi, Ida. Guess what? My band is playing a show tonight in Zuzu City. Meet me at the bus stop around 4 this afternoon to leave for the show. You'd better be there. Oh, wow. I've never gotten that before.
Really? Look.
Okay, let's free you.
Thank you. It would be fun gameplay to just be stuck in the cabin.
It would be. Oh my gosh. Oh, I still have the winter mystery quest. I should do that at some point.
Oh, the one where you have to follow Krobus? No.
Yeah.
Really? So you don't have the magnifying glass yet?
I guess we don't.
Oh my god!
I'm like way behind. I should do that.
Yeah, that's like a year 2 thing.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I guess I just lost track of it. It's one of those things where like, when you've played this game multiple times, sometimes you forget, like on this particular play, what have I done and what have I not?
Yeah.
But for today, I think I'll just do what work on the farm I can until 4 o'clock, and then I'll go see the band. And we'll go from there.
I'm so sad I'm not invited.
Yeah, what the heck? Why am I getting to go see his band when you're trying to seduce him?
Maybe because Sebastian's also in the band?
He's like, don't you dare invite my ex! Are you kidding?
Oh my god, we have so much stuff in here.
Maybe Sam was trying to do like a, I don't know, a thing where it's like, well, I'll invite like the person who lives on the farm with Noir, and maybe she'll bring them along. And then I won't actually have to say that I invited Noir.
Maybe, yeah, that would
And
be
then it's
very
not my
sneaky.
fault. Yeah. That's my new headcanon.
Wow.
Why is my inventory still so full? My goodness. It's always full.
Have you not sorted it after coming back from the island?
I think I started to, and then Moonlight Jelly's notification popped up, and I was like, I gotta go.
Tendo Yuki! Thank you so much for following!
Hello, welcome. Okay, hello. How's it going?
I'm really happy! Nice! How are you doing? Also, hey, Kamikaze. How are you?
Hello. How are you? I'm doing great. How are you? I hope you're doing well today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying
Kamikaze,
fall?
hi.
Pumpkin season. Not only in the game, but also in real life. At least if you're in the Northern Hemisphere.
It still feels very much like summer here right now. So I'm hoping it'll start to feel like fall soon.
Aww.
I guess today is a little bit... It's been like really, really hot. Like it's been like... In the last couple of weeks, it's like gotten over like 40 degrees Celsius. It's been like in the hundreds Fahrenheit.
Oh,
And
wow.
it just started to cool off a little bit on Tuesday. And today it's like very overcast. It's very cloudy, and I'm hoping it'll rain. That would be really nice. I would enjoy some rain. Yeah.
This is so wild because I talked with other people who live near you, and they were also like, it's super hot, or like it is a new ostrich. Y'all think of a name.
Oh yeah, chat. We need an ostrich name.
No, they were saying how it's just unusually or unexpectedly warm for the season. And I'm sitting here, that's why I know it. I calculated how what the temperature here is in Fahrenheit. It was like 40 something. 40 Fahrenheit.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
That sounds so nice. I mean, I guess that's pretty cold, but I don't know. Right now I would vastly prefer that.
Yeah, I was just so surprised by the contrast that it's such a difference.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy difference. Wow.
Okay, we've got two suggestions. Ostpur and Birdraff. I need to say, I really like Birdraff.
I do too. That's got an energy
with
to it.
With a long neck. It's really a feathered giraffe.
Yeah.
Let's go with Birdraff.
And Spore is really funny though. We should save that for the next one.
Yeah, I can put another ostrich egg in the incubator and we can name the next one that.
Okay, off to the show, I guess. Hi, Ida. Thanks for coming.
Oh, yeah.
Well, our gear's loaded already. Looks like everything's set. Oh, he jumped. All right, everyone, let's get in the bus.
No, I'm not going in the bus.
Rival Viral Sun, hello. Ohio goes like the state, Ohio. I like it. Hi, how are you? Ohio! Let's see. I'm starting to get nervous.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh, you fed both giraffes and ostriches, and you'd rather feed a giraffe? I mean, I feel like you come across ostriches way easier than you would. What are you doing here? What? Than you would giraffe. I think they got lost. A goat and a cow just decided to go to the other end of the farm.
Oh, okay. They're on an adventure. Hi everyone, we're
Yeah.
from Pelican Town, and we're called the Pelicans. This song's about farming, mining, and chopping wood. Oh, that's my favorite song! Look at my Abby on drums. Look at her little swooshy hair. She's so cute. I really like that animation. She looks so cute.
I feel like some of the animals are broken.
Oh. Maybe they're just having a little bit of an eccentric day.
Maybe. Oh, they're having the zoomies. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah, we're grooving to the music. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What music are they playing?
I don't know. I'm not sure what the song is, but I like it. Oh my gosh, it would be really fun to actually like write lyrics to this and make it about farming and mining and chopping wood. Wouldn't that be fun?
There's probably people
I
who
should
did
do
that.
that.
Yeah.
If no one's done it, I'm gonna do it. That sounds really fun.
It does.
Emily really likes it. Leah's into it. Nice work, guys. Jane liked the bass. Cool. Thanks, everyone, but you should really be clapping for Ida. Without her help, we would have never decided what kind of music to make in the first place. Me?
This goat.
What is the goat doing? I need to open your stream. I need to see what's... Oh, okay. It's just, okay. Huh. Yeah, the animals sure are, having a... What is that?
Oh god. It also said that it's getting late and it still says it's 9 p.m. for me, so I think something's not working right.
Oh my gosh. I need to get back to the farm and see if it's doing that for me too.
Want to jump to like 1 a.m. when you get back here?
Even when he's not home, Sebastian is on the keyboard. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Let's go see what's up.
Hammer time.
Huh.
Oh, they're gone now.
Yeah, it looks normal to me. Did it fix itself on your end too?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's just because I was gone. Something about me leaving broke it.
Maybe. I mean, you are the host.
I guess. I feel like it doesn't usually do that if I'm in a cutscene, though. I don't know.
Not really, but we did have internet issues earlier, so maybe that's stuff from there.
Yeah, something's funky.
As long as it's not like actually breaking, it should be fine.
Somebody should clip whatever was going on with those goats.
Yeah.
That was fascinating. I feel like at some point we need to like go through our VODs and like make a compilation of all the weird glitches.
We should, yeah.
Remember when I got stuck in like my like watering animation? That was fascinating.
That was something that happened a couple of times, didn't it?
Yeah. That was an interesting one.
Thankfully, I'm uploading the VODs pretty much every time. So...
Nice. I need to do that. I had them all saved. I just need to actually get them uploading.
Oh yeah, I'm missing the first couple years. But the last, I don't know, 10 or so, I definitely have uploaded. Mango tree.
Can we grow pumpkins this season, please, honey? Just for you. And here's a pumpkin for you right now.
We should get all the seeds anyway.
Yeah, we should. Where's my other child?
I was just looking for my other child too.
What the heck? Only one of my children is here. That's an issue.
What? Where?
Where's my other kid?
Oh, there's one.
Where is he? Astra? They can't go in the basement, can they?
No, they can't. Ah, in bed.
Where?
Like
He's
last
in bed?
time. Yeah.
Where?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is! Okay, hello.
Hi, Abigail. No, I don't want to cook.
I have mail! Ida, the show is a rockin' success. I wanted to say thanks again for all your help in creating this amazing band. We couldn't have done it without you. Sam.
Aww.
Aw, yeah. Thanks, man.
That's my future husband.
The bandmate of your ex-husband.
Yeah, the best friend. My brother-in-law. My ex-brother-in-law.
Wait, what does that mean if you then marry him?
Complicated family dynamics.
Very complicated. Wait, what is that the fish have given us? Void egg. Oh, it just looked different.
Huh.
With the... Let's check on the greenhouse. What was I even doing in here?
We were starting to plant all the rare seeds, not the rare seeds, the ancient seeds. On the bottom right, I think.
Oh yeah, that's right. Got fruit to collect. Let's see, should I finish the Krobus quest? Maybe that's what I should be doing.
Oh, you can only do that in winter. That's why it's called winter something.
Oh yeah, that's right! That's right, I have to wait. I have to wait
You
on
need to
that.
follow the footsteps in the snow.
Yeah. Let's say hi to my family. The sound that the ostriches makes is so funny.
Yeah.
I can't get over it. Is that actually what an ostrich sounds like?
I think so, yeah. I need a sign. Ida, give me a sign.
This is your sign. Your destiny is to be really cute. Oh wait, you're already doing it.
Oh gosh.
Is that the sign you were looking for?
Not really, but thank you anyways.
You're welcome.
Oh yeah, rare seeds. They take all season to grow, and it's the second. That's not gonna work, I think. Oh, broccoli. And bok choy. We don't have that many fall seeds. Hi.
I guess I should have checked to see if there were any on the island. I kind of forgot that the season was about to change.
Yeah, no worries. Okay.
Oh, wait, I do want to keep one of those in my inventory.
Hydrate.
Oh, nice, nice.
Hydrate
nice.
or die straight.
Oh, Kamikaze, thank you for clipping that. Wonderful. I made a better clip,
thanks.
but that was the earliest point I could start. That works. And I've got to hydrate too. Thank you, thank you. Hi, amazing, omimasu.
Jake, hi!
Jake, hello, how's it going?
And a stretch right on top of that too.
Woo! Oh, and a stretch for me. Hi, stretchy. Look, we're up. We're stretching.
It's going well? Oh, that's good to hear.
Whew. Nice, nice, nice. Okay.
How did the DVD thing go?
Ooh.
The what you've been streaming.
Yeah.
Corn. Ah. That took a while. A big stretch. My chat is delayed. The commands in the chat. Ah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should make like a fall outfit, huh?
Oh yeah.
Where did I leave my horse? I don't remember now.
Probably in the stable?
I'm gonna steal your horse.
Again?
What do you mean? I never do that.
You do that all the time. You ride my horse more than you do yours.
Are you sure? I think I remember something like that. You might be thinking of someone else.
Oh, maybe. Maybe the weird thing in my basement.
Yeah, whatever that thing is.
Yeah, I don't know. Just some weirdo.
Alright. We have a second cow decal. A second cow has joined the chat.
Yay! Oh my gosh.
Like, it's around this time. Really, it's like, it's around this time 20 years ago that I became mayor. This makes me feel old. You are old. So that feeling makes sense.
There. It's noted. The other ostrich name.
Oh yeah, let's see what quests we have. Biome
None.
balance,
Oh,
ocean
you mean...
fish,
Okay.
or a giant omelet. Do you want to do ocean fish or giant omelet? We've done both of them multiple times, I think.
We definitely have.
Yeah.
I'm feeling more ocean fish right now than omelet, actually.
Okay, let's do it. We have 6 days to get, how much is it?
Like
20, that's easy.
last match is on Monday. Oh, nice. Means it's almost
Ooh.
over. How big does the barn need, the coop need to be for the dinosaur? I think at least once upgraded, maybe twice. So that's something we have to do.
Okay.
You're in the way,
We can
cat.
do that.
Okay.
Just wants to be included, you know?
Yeah, of course.
Just like real life cats. Sometimes they're like, I will help you by being in the way.
Big cube. 10,000 G, 400 wood, and 150 stone. I think that's okay. 400 wood, 150 stone. We do have everything.
Okay. Wow, new record on albacore.
Ooh. Robin is already rich. Yeah, it's so weird how she demands us giving her stones or wood, and then the next day she just sends us a letter with like 50 of those attached. Like, hey, I had those lying around. I thought you would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Robin.
Doesn't quite make sense.
Not really, no. Also, I forgot again what the raccoons wanted.
Oh yeah, what did they want? There was something.
Yeah. The rusty spoon!
The rusty spoon, that's right!
Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Will we ever get it?
Hopefully. I mean, we already donated one, and I know we shipped quite a few of them. But just when you need it, it's not there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I just felt like I got traumatized by seeing the rusty spoon. Oh, hi, Ken.
Oh my gosh.
Just such a random thing to make us struggle so much. Are you buying things?
Yeah, buying some bobbers.
Or you should also do the random thing.
I did. I'm so excited. Oh,
it's
hi.
So fun, right? Hi.
Oh, just normal.
Yeah, you got the normal one. Weird. Albacore, nice.
Hey.
Ah, this slime egg made the lime green too. What?
Did it not work when I did the... Oh yeah, it says random. I don't know.
Maybe you were just so lucky that you got the same thing twice.
Yeah. Guess I should go to bed though.
Can you take me with you?
Such a shame. You should have brought a horse. Why didn't you bring
Yeah,
one?
I should have, shouldn't I?
You'd be able to go faster if you'd brought a horse.
I mean, we're going almost just the same speed because you keep running into things.
That's true.
Oh no.
Fair enough.
This is gonna cut it very close.
Uh-oh. Am I gonna pass out right next
Yeah.
to my bed again? Yes, I am. Okay.
Well, I passed out in your house
Well,
too.
it happens.
Yeah, it is what it is.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
It's
Robin, yeah, you
raining.
respect it. You build it for me for free. I know, right? I feel like the thing with Robin is that she must just like, I don't know, have like very poor like management of the things that she has.
Or she
So
has
like
very
she's like,
severe ADHD and she already forgets that she needs those things as soon as she gets them.
yeah. Maybe that's what it is. But I feel like maybe she's like asking people for a bunch of resources and then like forgetting what she has and then giving them to other people and realizing, wait a minute, I needed that.
Maybe, yeah. Or she is asking for resources in order to give them to other people, but then she forgets who she
Yeah.
got what from, and so it can happen that she gives the same stuff back.
Abigail gave me an amethyst? I feel so honored. That's her favorite thing.
That's unusual.
Wow.
Is Abigail okay?
I think she just loves me that much, you know?
Maybe you're holding her hostage. We don't know. This stick spot is gonna be a rusty spoon, I can feel it.
Oh,
Nope, it was
I
2
hope
pieces
so.
of coal.
Oh no. If only.
Oh, this
Okay, I
stick
need
spot is
coal.
gonna be a rusty spoon. It is raining, so it has to be a rusty spoon.
It has to be, right?
No, it was just more coal.
Oh man. There we go. Wait a minute. Hey. Building stuff.
Yay! Hey Sebastian. What's up? Why do you keep bothering me? Do you know where Sam happens to be?
I do not at the moment.
I meant Sebastian.
Oh, he wants to know.
No, I want to know and I asked him, but...
Oh yeah, you want to know. Yeah,
Yeah.
I see. He would know. He
He
would
should
know.
know. I think he's actually going to him right now. Band practice.
Oh yeah.
But how would I know?
I'm
It's
sure
not.
that
It's
I'm
not
sure
like we were married.
that won't be awkward. That'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Any big spots here? Not seeing anything. There's no dig spots in the quarry either. Weird.
That is kind of weird. Let's say hello to the family. Hello, family. Hi, family. Hi.
Hi, Sam. Cutscene.
Found him?
Yeah,
All
I went to his
right.
house and got a cutscene with him. And Sebastian, oh, I didn't even see him. No, I think I got the band cutscene now.
Oh,
The jam session.
nice. Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, yeah. What kind of music do I like? Let's go cheerful pop music. Because I can't envision Sebastian doing cheerful music.
Genuinely, I don't even remember what I told them, but I hope it was something different so that we're giving them mixed messages about what kind of music they should play.
I think you did the honky donkey. The country music.
Yeah.
I forgot what it was called. Hanky honky? I know, something like this.
Yeah.
There's someone to find.
Honking,
oh, another cutscene with
donkey.
Sam. Honking
Wow, okay. Yeah, honking donkey, I think. It's a donkey that sounds like a goose.
I am trying to marry Sam next, yes.
Because why not?
Why is Sam so terrified of Jody? It's kind of concerning.
Yeah.
Also, why is she?
There's gotta be a story there.
Yeah, why is she so angry about a dropped egg? We could give her like 40 in one day if she needs them that badly.
Oh, it's this thing. I found Shane passed out.
Oh,
Oh
no.
my gosh. I forgot about this. Sometimes this game gets a little real.
Just a little.
Why do I even try? Oh my gosh!
Yeah, no, Sam. Not Sam. My gosh, Shane.
I guess I should have given a trigger warning for that cutscene.
Oh, you didn't know it was coming.
Yeah. We'll just kind of rush through it.
I cannot guarantee that it's gonna be permanent this time. I'd hope so, but if Sam also turns out to be a boring idiot, then hi, Sebastian.
You can just go through and sample every romanceable character.
Yeah, that might be my tactic here. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe things will go well with Sam. We don't know.
Maybe. It's just when the character or your spouse says the same thing every day and it's like super depressing, then I don't know. It gets old very quickly. What are you?
Huh?
What? I just saw like a monster in the water.
Okay.
Like
Sure, why not?
A mer person.
A merson?
A mer person.
A merson.
Yeah. I was really immersed into it.
Immersed.
I don't know if I've ever seen this. That's like one of the rare events that you can get.
Oh, that's very cool.
Ooh, an eel. Oh, have you been fishing in real life? Because I feel like that's not something that
Yeah.
like everyone does.
Yeah, I used to fish with my grandpa. He like lived on a lake.
Ooh.
And I learned how to like clean a fish too. um that was a long time ago. I wonder if I still remember how to do all of that. It's one of those things that like it takes a lot of patience. It's almost like meditative.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean,
Yeah.
I did it as a kid too with my neighbor.
Oh yeah?
But
Mm.
I was like 5 at most, and so I don't think that
Did you
counts.
did you eat any of your catches?
Probably, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was mostly bass, I think, lake bass, that we got, and they were pretty good. We used to batter them in cornmeal and fry them.
Ooh.
Yeah, pretty yummy. It's good with like the like slight natural sweetness of the cornmeal.
I can imagine, yeah.
Hey, Chalky! Back in your uni flat. How's it going? How is it?
Ooh. Oh no. Are you okay?
Huh?
Chalky cut themselves.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, are you good?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
That's really,
You chill?
that's really
Good.
scary.
Yeah, if it's that
Wow.
bad, absolutely. It was gushing, but not gushing, but a solid pour. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, that's scary. I hope you're okay. Did you have to get stitches or anything?
Was it like a paper cut that was really bad, or what? Just your thumb?
Oh,
No.
okay. Oh, night. Were you cooking?
Oh, that's another option, yeah.
Because you've been cooking a lot lately, right? Oh, yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no.
yeah.
It is past 1 a.m. I did not realize. Oh my gosh.
Just your thumb. I feel like, yeah, cuts on your hand do bleed pretty badly.
Oh yeah, they do.
Also, like, any sort of head wound, even if it's just, like, a small thing, like, it will bleed so much.
Are you just...
Good. I'm glad it wasn't something worse.
You just replayed Knives Out, the movie, in real life.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm glad
Maybe
it
a tree
doesn't.
wasn't able to grow. I don't know why that keeps happening.
The bookseller's in town.
Booksellers.
We
Huh?
have 11,000. That's
Oh.
not gonna be enough. We gotta sell some stuff. So you're not in pain, is what you're saying. Oh, it's Elliot's birthday tomorrow. We also missed Penny's birthday. Doesn't hurt that bad? Good. I hope it's something that is, like, very quick to heal.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Because I burnt myself on accident, like, a month ago, and I can still see it.
No! Oh no!
No. It's just... that's how it goes sometimes.
I guess so.
Yeah, it'll heal fast. That's good. If it doesn't, I then I will go over there and have a stern word with the cut.
Yeah, there you go.
Are you young? That's why it's gonna heal fast?
I see, I see. So that's how it works.
Nah, I don't think that's quite right. Except if you're maybe like 5 years old or something like that, maybe. Okay, what are we gonna sell? It's a whole bunch of cheese. That's worth a lot.
Mmm.
So all of that.
Children are always just booking it all over the place. They just gotta go, you know?
Wait, it's still bleeding?
Oh my gosh!
Cause then yeah, you should probably go.
Yeah, glue or stitches or something.
Just have someone look at it. I don't think it's still bleeding much. If it's still bleeding, then it's still a thing.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see if like how well it closes up on its own. Yeah. Yeah, good idea. You can just check it when you change the bandage or something.
Maybe, yeah. I think we still have old books at home. Somewhere.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, what does he have?
Didn't I get one from one of those prize tickets? Did I put that in my house?
Well, that's a new one, I
see.
think. No. Book of Stars. Combat
Book of who?
Quarterly? Book of Stars.
Oh.
It is pink and it has a star on it.
I have Mining Monthly. Have you read that one yet?
I think so? I don't know. I mean... I've not seen the book of... read the Book of Stars yet. Mining Monthly, I don't see it in the books. But I also don't see...
Okay, because I got that one from a prize ticket. I don't know if
I'm also not seeing the Combat Quarterly thing. And I definitely have read that a couple times before.
Yeah, that's weird. I was just looking at the books I've read and I can't figure out like why
Yeah, there's
some of the ones I know I read aren't showing up.
There's some that don't have the thumbs up, but I know we've read, like Woodcutter's Weekly, Stardew Valley Almanac. I'm not sure about the Book of Stars, but the Quarterly Combat too, or the Combat Quarterly. And I don't know if if those are the books that I am still missing, because it's 3 that I'm missing.
Huh.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can't quite figure out how that works.
Me neither. The ones with thumbs are unique buffs? Okay.
I see.
So the other ones are just... It doesn't tell you if you've read them before.
You just have to keep track of it yourself?
Combat Quarterly gives you skill experience and you can get it multiple times. Yeah, but you can also get the others multiple times.
I guess we just need to read the ones that don't say read this book again to grant whatever.
I guess. I mean, yeah, it's like buffs that the horse is quicker, that you run quicker, that you can see the prices, that you can get all the recipes. That does make sense.
It's like if I go to my collections here... Yeah, I've definitely read more books than this, and there are more books than this, but they're not all showing up.
Yeah, I'm still missing 3 books according to that. But I don't know.
I guess we'll see if any of these are it.
Probably not.
See, that didn't add anything.
I'm gonna... Do you want the star book? Should I read it? Oh, you have it too. Never
I
mind.
got one too, so...
You've got some new ideas to sleep on.
Okay, see? Like, nothing else showed up here.
Yeah.
What is that?
Do not give you any benefit if you read it a second time, but it says reading this again will give you this and this. Like, will grant you a small amount of experience in all areas.
Yeah, Chucky, definitely get something to eat. I think it feels grosser than it hurts if you go to me. I do, especially with finger injuries.
Yeah.
I feel like it feels very disconcerting. Oh, Chucky, thank you for the hydrate. Hi, omizu and a stretch. Hi, let's get
everything.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, we should also go and see a movie sometime. We've had this movie theater for a while, but we haven't used it yet.
Yeah, we keep not doing that.
Okay, yeah. You can see that. Oh yeah, it's Elliot's birthday today.
Oh.
What does he like?
Let me see if I know.
I'm looking up right now too. Pomegranate and crab cakes he loves. I literally just gave a iridium star quality pomegranate to Jody 2 days ago. Okay. But I think we have both of those.
He hates salmonberry, apparently.
Yeah, because it's such a common item, and obviously he's better than that. No, Alex.
Should I see a movie?
We should see one together.
Yeah, you want to go to the movies with me?
Sure. I do want to grab something for Elliot real quick, though.
I think he might be on the island, because when I look at him in my thingy... Oh wait, he's back, I think. He's not showing up in his swimsuit anymore. Yeah, I guess it's nighttime.
Maybe he just chilled at home within his swimsuit. You don't know that.
I guess, yeah, there's no reason he couldn't do that, I guess.
I'm gonna bring a pomegranate for you too.
Oh, thank you.
So you would be at home,
sword
probably.
too.
Okay.
Probably.
So I'm gonna go to his home if you want to go there too.
Yeah, I'll come along.
We can go to the cinema tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Getting lost, my gosh.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, cutscene.
Cool.
He's playing the piano.
Me too.
That sounds nice. But it's late. I'm worried that it's gonna be too late.
Oh no.
You thought someone was there? Yeah, was watching. It's very fun to have a cutscene with him on his birthday. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Elliot's really interesting. I want to try romancing him sometime.
You should get divorced then. Nah!
No!
He's already asleep. He's not taking it.
Oh man. Well, we tried.
Yeah, so we got stopped by his own cutscene.
I guess that's just fair payback.
You deserved that.
You know what? I did. I can't even say that I didn't.
Ah, that was really close though.
You smelly it. Oh my gosh, we don't like him?
Oh yeah, a lot
Don't
of
like
people
him?
don't like him. Because he's so pretentious.
Everyone's like, fuck, this ain't how fingers meant to be. Yeah, exactly! Oh my gosh. Does Linus like you more than your child? Yes. Well, to be fair, I've known Linus more than my child because I've known him longer than my child has been alive.
Yeah, that's just how it goes. To be
But
fair,
still.
I don't really like my children either, apparently.
Oh yeah.
That's just how life is. Yeah. Let's look. Where are my kids? Oh, never mind.
Oh.
I'm full hearts with pasta and only 2 hearts missing with pesto. So it's 2, 4, 8 hearts with pesto.
Oh, okay.
I have 0 hearts with Nocturnia.
Oh my gosh! Why don't you like my baby?
I'm just... Whenever I asked her to hang out for coffee, she just doesn't answer. Level 9 combat!
Yeah, she's not much of a coffee person. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't understand either. With those parents? And then she's just ghosting me. That's also really mean. You should talk to her sometime.
Yeah, you should.
No, you should talk to her about ignoring elders.
Oh! Okay. Well, I just talked to her and she said heart, so...
Oh, it's Ellie's birthday. It's Elliott's birthday today. Okay, so we can still give him the gift.
Okay! So it worked out. Well, Shane is here. I'm really sorry about what happened at the cliffs. That was embarrassing.
Incubator! Yes! Thank you, Robin.
Yeah!
Okay, so... This level of the coop, the big one, has the incubator. Still wonder if you can already put the dinosaur egg in there or not. I'm too scared to try before upgrading it another time.
Yeah, I'm scared. I think we should upgrade it again just to be sure.
Yeah.
I'm so nervous about it.
Yeah, I don't know what's with us and dinosaur eggs. It's just not going along well.
It's like a curse or something, I don't know.
It totally is.
Do.
You're making music?
Little bit. do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do.
Ooh, it's gonna be a hit single. I can feel it.
Oh, thank you. Will you stream it when it comes out?
Oh, for sure. I'll tell everyone
Nice.
around me to listen to it.
Good.
Every single person I know. Oh yeah, what do we need for the biggest coop? Robin, hi! Deluxe coop, 20,000? Yeah, we don't have the money! 500 wood and 200 stone. I think we have the wood, but the stone might be a problem. My gosh.
I guess we should sell some stuff, huh?
Probably, yeah.
What's the best thing for me to sell right now?
I'm not sure.
Maybe some of our artisan goods or something?
Probably. I mean, I already sold half of the iridium quality cheese that we had. I'll just put a whole bunch of diamonds in there too.
Okay. I think maybe I'll sell the wines that we have more than 5 of. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah, sure. As long as you don't sell a rusty spoon, everything's fine.
Yeah.
I just realized we need the money as soon as possible, so...
Okay.
Don't forget to grab a gift for Elliot.
Oh, right!
If you don't have the pomegranate anymore, that is.
Got it.
Nice. Louis is just standing around in the middle of the market. Oh, that's enough money.
Oh, okay. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Do you want to do the coop thing, or how do you want to do this? Because we need more stone, so I can go to the quarry if you want.
Okay. Where is he?
Oh. He's not at home.
Where is he?
Usually when he's not at home, he's standing on the bridge and just idles, but he doesn't seem to be there now. Is he on the island? don't think so.
Might as well do some fishing for that quest while I'm here, I guess.
Oh yeah. Maybe he's in the community
Oh,
center.
the random bobber is working now. I have like a little skull.
Oh wow.
Whoa.
Oh, he's at Pierce.
Ah!
Oh, Abigail was in the mountains.
Oh!
She went and left you.
I love her. She's so cute.
I should really upgrade my tools again. Yeah, what movie is running this month?
Oh, yeah. Mysterium. Peer behind the midnight veil. You must experience to believe.
Oh, it sounds like something that
Coming
Abigail would
soon
love.
to the mirror. Yeah!
Concentrating so hard on getting all the stones right now.
Picked up a couple behind the cinema here.
Oh yeah. Oh. So disappointing when a dig spot only has coal.
Yeah.
Not a rusty spoon.
Not a single rusty spoon to be found.
We should just bury one ourselves, just wait a couple days. The raccoons need it! I wonder what they need it for, actually. I don't think raccoons need that many household appliances or the utensils in general. God, how many stones we need? Like 500? Or was that the wood?
I don't remember exactly.
Well, I'm gonna clean out the whole quarry anyway, so.
Mm. Oh, I have a cutscene with Maru.
Ooh.
Ada, I'm surprised to see you here so late. The night sky looks amazing right now. Come over here. I want to show you something. Here,
Aww.
take a peek. What do you see? A beautiful planet. It's amazing, isn't it? By the time any of these stars are visited, you and I will be long gone. I guess that's the trouble with being human, huh?
Oh no. You're really getting all the depressing cutscenes today.
Never mind. Oh my gosh.
What is
Here,
happening?
let me show you a binary star system. Is she hitting on me, or does she want me to help her research immortality? Hard to tell.
She's definitely hitting on you.
Oh, I can still touch the touch screen through the plastic. Cool, nice. Yeah, you can still use the phone.
Yeah, that's
both,
important.
Clearly. Yeah, maybe both. Maybe both.
Yeah, she wants to live
night.
together with you forever. Maybe you should divorce Abigail.
Immediately heard you cutting down. I came out of the cutscene and immediately heard you cutting down trees.
Yeah, so much for immortality, huh, trees?
Yeah, Maru, I'm also really interested in her romance route. I don't think I've ever seen anyone play it before.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think Maru's fairly popular.
Yeah.
Hi.
Just not with the people I've seen play, I guess. Hello.
I love how I was quicker than you, despite being on foot.
Somehow.
Magic. Right, time to upgrade the coop tomorrow. Again.
Yay.
I keep forgetting to talk to Sebastian. Not Sebastian. My god, no. Sam. The other S character.
Just a moment. I've had a minor tea spill.
Oh no.
Oopsie.
Is everything
I set
okay?
it on my mug warmer. I set my tea cup down on my mug warmer a little too close to the edge, and it wobbled.
Oh no.
Thankfully, nothing is on any electronics. Yay!
That's good. That can happen so quickly.
I know. I messed up a keyboard that way.
I hate when tea betrays you.
I know. We're supposed to be friends.
Hi, Cooks.
Hi. How's it going?
How are you doing? It's been a while, it feels like.
Hope everything is good. Doing good. Awesome. We're
doing
about
good.
To start again, but I've had a little bit of a tea spillage situation here.
Yeah, Ida had an accident.
What?
I'd say we're doing good. We're starting to get a little bit cold, but that's about it. Oh no! The potatoes make you cut yourself and then they're not even good? That's mean.
Oh man, the least they could do is at least be good.
Exactly. There's backstabbing
Alright, we're all good.
potatoes. Everything alright?
All good.
Good. Huh, who would have thought a mango tree wasn't able to grow?
I need to figure out which tree that is. And
It's definitely some tree on the island, but
yeah.
like, which one? Yeah, I've actually been meaning to. Where's that? There, that's better.
Mail. It's from Elliot. My novel is finished.
Oh, that's quick.
Ooh.
Well, the next birthday is Jody on the 11th, so we still have quite some time until then.
Ooh.
Oh yeah!
And then it'll be Abby.
Yeah. His novel is finished on my end too. Good guy. Are you busy today? Thank you so much for stopping by anyway.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I hope you have a good day. I hope it's like it's good busy and not too stressful busy.
Yeah. It better be the case.
Better be.
Or else.
Or else we'll fight the busyness.
We'll fight you. Gotta fight something. Or someone.
Gotta.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hanging out with family,
We'll figure
it's
out
good
who or
busy.
what it is later.
Nice.
Okay, good. Yay! Love it.
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
Hanging out with
I hope
family
you have a
can be
good time.
really fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you have the best of time. Or else.
Or else. Oh my gosh! Hamburger51 Sun! Thank you so much for the raid.
hi.
Hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? What were you up to today? Hope you're having fun.
I've seen you've been streaming quite a bit recently. That's fun. At least
Nice.
I constantly see the notification pop up.
Oh, Jake brought you over here.
Yeah.
Nice! Doing okay, how about you? Doing really well today, thank you.
Some Total
Good
Warhammer
to have
3.
you here.
Fun. Oh, it was 200 stone, so we would have had enough. Jake didn't lead the raid at all. Oh, you don't have to lie.
Oh, really?
We know, Jake.
I mean, I guess he never has done that before. It would be a first.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Jake is
Yeah.
just so shy and not talkative at all. Is there ever anyone in the community center at all? Because I don't think since we completed,
Very
I've never...
occasionally.
Yeah, but before the
feel
big
like
update, there were people always in the community center. But now,
Yeah.
like, I've not seen a single person in here.
I feel like I've maybe seen someone in there once.
Wow. Well, that's infinitely more people you've seen in there than me?
I guess so.
You were lurking?
Lurkin?
What should Haley do today? Oh my god! She said it's too cold to go to the beach anymore, so she doesn't know what to do. And asked, Sai, what do you think I should do today? The options are watercolor painting, relax and read a magazine, or stop being a selfish crybaby.
Or just go to the beach anyway, you wimp.
My gosh. I mean, I guess, yeah, Haley's also being pretty mean to us, so we could be mean to her, but... Stop being such a crybaby.
Oh, hi!
Hi!
I saw you. I saw you did.
I saw you too. All the dangerous and dark deeds you've been doing. Oh, there's a mummy. Just out here in the valley.
Oh, okay, cool.
Inside Leah's house.
Okay. That's something.
We gotta fight it! No, it's just a piece of decoration that she made, I assume. It's hanging in the window for fall.
Or it's a friend who just came over to visit.
Maybe, yeah. Oh my god. Let me change something.
How are we doing on fish here?
I
Halfway
don't...
there. Another 20.
I think I got like 2 fish. I'm looking for dig spots. Because I don't want to be defeated by a spoon. Hey, Hat Mouse. Oh, did you know that there's a mod where you can date the Hat Mouse? Ida?
Oh, sorry, what?
Did
sorry,
you...
I was...
Did you know that there's a mod where you can date the Hat Mouse?
What? How does that work?
I've watched a video on that actually, and it's like, there is a whole backstory to the Hat Mouse. Like, in the mod. I don't know if canonically there's also a backstory, but, apparently, I think it was the case that the parents were involved into some, shady business, and a witch
Cool.
put a curse onto the family. So, the two daughters were born as like human mice.
Oh my goodness!
So mice that are like the parents too, but so that the mice could walk on two legs and speak and just behave like a human, but have like a tail and big ears and look like a mouse. And for some reason, her sister died, and
Oh.
and she felt somewhat responsible for it and was like all sad, so she went out to try and build a life for herself, to not rely or be like a burden to her parents anymore. And
Ah.
there's like a whole thing of you
Wow.
trying to cheer her up and everything, and she actually like in it and all of that.
Wow, that's creative.
Yeah.
That's really something.
Finding specific artifacts you are lacking is a pain. Finding the first dwarf scroll in my run almost drove me insane. We had the same problem with, I think, the second one. It took us forever to find it. Way longer than we wanted it to take. But we did manage at the
Wow.
end.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe we should invest into artifact troves more. Now you can buy them in the
Maybe.
desert, but I don't remember what you need to pay for them.
Oh my gosh, Chucky, you really scared your mom, huh? It's such a felt cut my thumb off because she's nervous about me being at uni anyway. She had a tiny heart attack until I sent pics. Oh no!
My gosh, why would you do that? Poor mum.
I had an incident semi-recently. When was it?
Incident that sounds so ominous.
Where I was digging around in a drawer, and there was a vegetable peeler in there.
Did you
And the
peel your
vegetable peeler
finger?
peeled. Vegetable peeler peeled me a little bit, even though I'm not a vegetable. On like the back of one of my knuckles. It was like, you know, a chunk.
Jeez.
But I'm looking now and like you can't really even tell anymore. It healed up pretty. I mean, you can tell, you can see it, but unless you were looking for it, you probably wouldn't notice.
You already do cut yourself quite often, do you?
I might be a little bit clumsy, maybe.
If it helps, I tend to just burn myself on everything.
Oh, yeah. Burns can happen so fast, you know?
Yeah. So unexpected, but so do cuts.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's more embarrassing to cut yourself, especially if it's on something that you don't expect to be able to cut yourself on, like a thick carton box, for example.
Oh, yeah.
It just do be like that sometimes.
Sometimes. Sometimes that's the way it is in life.
Oh yeah, I forgot I bought like 20 bouquets.
Oh my gosh!
Big plans!
Yeah. Can I finish this quest and make it to bed? We'll see.
What kind of quest are you trying to finish? Ah,
There we go.
that
Okay.
quest.
There's part 1. Part 2 is can I make it to bed in an hour?
Probably, yeah. I believe in you.
Thank you. Uh-oh, that's the wrong way.
But Sam is planned to
Probably.
be the one. I don't remember why I bought this many bouquets. I think I was just curious if you could.
Yeah.
But now it's just good to have them. You never know what's gonna happen.
You never know, I guess.
And it's probably
I
gonna
made it!
it's probably gonna end up being that I'm gonna try to marry everyone in the valley one by one. And then ending on Ida or something.
There we go, yeah.
Mango tree.
Oh, Takakun! Hi! How are you? Better go splatfesting. 4 hours left to clock in. A win for the team. I just want to drop by real quick when I can. Yeah! Thank you so much for stopping by. Good luck. Best of luck. I hope it goes
Splatfesting?
well.
Oh, like from Splatoon or what?
Yeah!
Oh, that's pretty
I
interesting.
hope your team wins.
Yeah. Good luck. Break a leg.
Jockey, I'm very clumsy. I got this cut. The other day I cut my pinky somewhat bad. Burned a couple of knuckles too recently. Oh my gosh.
Y'all do know that you
Very
need
Ida.
your
Oh my
fingers, right?
gosh.
Fingers are important.
They are, that's true. We should be careful.
We should be thankful for all the extremities we have. Especially our legs, because they support us so well.
Yeah. Gotta have those.
10 of them can afford to get
nice!
Oh my gosh.
I didn't realize that was how it worked. As long as you have some spares, you're fine.
A finger surplus.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So
2 dig spots. Drum roll, please.
Oh my gosh, please, please, please!
First one's 3 seeds. And clay.
Oh man!
This is actually gonna make me sad. Oh yeah, and shout out to your arms for always being by your side.
Yes, for sure.
They're always there for you. We definitely need auto petters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Second ostrich. I think it would Osper. I don't remember if it was Ost or East.
Ostpor, yeah. Ostpor instead of ostrich.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Oh, now I get it.
Good.
Oh,
isn't that cute?
Oh, that's funny.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
Very good. I like it.
It took me until just now to realize what that until you telling me.
Well, we got there in the end.
Oh god, I'm dense. Too many eggs and milks.
Too many?
Too many.
I guess we'll just have to make a lot of money.
That's always an option.
Yeah.
I'm lost on what to do right now. I'm too obsessed with the rusty spoon to think of other stuff. What else is there to do? Ooh, fall outfits. Yes.
Nice.
I guess frogs are kind of fall, aren't they?
Yeah, kinda.
Cowboy poncho? What?
Let's see.
Oh, why do I have 3 fluffy shirts? Do you want one?
Sure. Why not?
Where are you? Tell me
Turn
your
in a prize ticket.
Tell me your exact location. Okay, may I release this? Ah, I heard that.
Heard what? I didn't do nothing.
Nothing? I should be able to drop it. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. See how it looks. That's nice.
I'm a cowboy for some reason.
Well, hello, baby boy cat. Do you want to help me stream?
Aww.
Hello, sir.
What's your tea?
Yeah. I think it's pretty much empty. Oh, I've got like one more sip. Okay, tea is done. Hello, sir. Please don't climb behind the computer. Let me grab you. I got you. I got you. Is there anything you want to say? You want to say anything to stream? You got any words to say? Not really. We're quiet today. We're quiet today. What a cute little guy.
You didn't know you can put
What a
hats
cute
on
little
your
kitty
horse?
cat.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's great.
I feel like that's the most amazing part of the game right now.
You can also feed them carrots. I found that out recently. And I love it.
Don't remember
I
what
love
it does. But... You can also put hats on, what are they called? What? urchins! Thank you.
My other...
You knew it works with cats, dogs, and urchins? I didn't know it worked with cats and dogs.
Oh my gosh!
Wait.
We can put a hat on the kitty?
Yes. Let's see. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go grab something for the cat.
Let's see.
That was definitely news to us, it seems like.
Let's see.
Okay. Oh, I'm really excited about this.
Excited.
Are you not?
Yeah, I am.
No, where's the cat?
How long do I have for this? 2 days? Okay.
I can't find the cat. Oh, never mind, I found it. You can! Oh my gosh!
Oh! I'm so excited.
I mean, the cat is sleeping right now, so you can't really see it. Maybe during the day. But that is so cool. We need more pets, so every single animal that we have that can wear hats can wear a hat. Different hats too.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I did half of this little red sludge quest I picked up. Do the other half tomorrow.
Oh, I'm gonna do that tomorrow too. We can go to the mines
cool.
together.
Nice. Together mine time.
Yes! Maybe I'll level up combat again. Probably not.
Do-do. Taki, you're coming and going. What are you up to right now? Still cooking? I really need to go check on that tree at some point.
Poor mango tree.
A flatmate came into the kitchen.
Still cooking? Where is the cat? She's seems to be in your house today.
I know where my cats are in real life, so there's that.
I meant the digital cat, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that's not really helpful.
Ah! Ah! Looks so cute!
Oh my gosh! That's adorable!
I put
Wow!
mouse ears on it. Ah.
I love it. It's so cute.
I'm gonna need some source of energy. Oh, no, I need the pizzas. They're for Sam.
What is my kitty cat wailing about? What is it, baby? What? What? Hi, what's up? Hi. What is it?
He finally wants to talk.
What is it? What is it? You need something? You need something? Are you just bored? Are you just bored? Is that what it is?
Aww.
You're very cute. Yes? Yes, sir?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh!
Oh?
The luck is too good today.
Ooh.
Yeah, I almost.
Very good luck.
I think so. I mean, I didn't check, but I found 2 staircases right after one another. But they were like in the middle of a small pass-through, so I almost locked myself out of half of the other half of the mine floor.
Uh-oh. Okay, don't knock the spoon off the desk. You don't need to do that. You don't even need to do that. It's not necessary.
You don't know that. Maybe it's his quest and he does need to do it.
Okay, 6 out of 10. Hi. Hey, baby kitty cat. How you doing? What you doing? What you up to today?
Taxes?
He's never gonna have to do taxes in his life. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's honestly really unfair.
I know, but I'm so happy for him.
Aww.
7 out of 10.
Chalky, maybe
Getting
you should
close.
redo them.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I thought you were an enemy for a second. I was like, what is that?
I am an enemy with a snazzy hat. explosions in the distance. That's your sign that Ida is nearby.
Yep, that's me. Making stuff go boom. Oh, it's lucky. I'm sorry about your potatoes, but I hope everything else is yummy.
I thought you were a ghost for a second.
Oh, there's a ladder. Finally. Okay, just need 2 more slimes.
Lucky.
The cat is crying again.
Aww.
What is it, baby? What is it? What seems to be the problem? I don't even know if he knows what he's sad about.
Probably him just not having all of your attention.
Yeah, I know. I've been staring at the rectangle for too long. I should play with you, right? Why do I always want to look at a rectangle and not the cat? It's very weird of me.
It is. You are a strange one. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, they count?
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they do.
Weird.
You can't.
Okay, I'm good. I got it.
Yeah, you are. Are you done with the quest too?
Yeah. You got me.
I'm still missing some.
Let's see.
Ah. But how come we're in, like, the difficult mines?
I don't know.
It's very strange. Ah. Next floor it's normal again. More.
Where is our mayor?
We got the quest from Lewis?
Yeah.
I don't know who I got it from. One more.
You can do it.
I hope so. It's starting to get late.
Oh, there he is. He's in the saloon. Okay. Hope you didn't go to too much trouble. The slimes can be pretty dangerous in groups. What did I get? 1250 gold. Not too bad.
Ah, red slime. Got it! Run! Nice. Yeah, I'm also gonna talk to Lewis. Since he's old, he gets to bed early.
Yeah.
I'm stealing your horse.
He's just left the saloon, so he should be on his way to his house.
Oh my gosh. Did you take my horse? No.
No.
I didn't take my horse. Liz! Stop! Don't go to bed.
Oh, they're right there!
Ah, he's just standing at his house. Good. 1,250. Oh. Giant omelet or 100 taro roots?
Oh. Have we done the taro one yet?
Yeah.
I guess maybe let's do that one since we've done the egg one so much.
Let's do it. That's the Ginger
Might
Island
as
one.
well. Yeah. Then I can go check on that mango tree too.
You wanna go to Ginger Island?
Sure.
Okay.
I will do it.
I wanted to make sure that you don't want to go back to it. That you do not want to go back to it. Because you've been the one to go to the island every time.
I don't not want to ungo there.
That makes sense, I think.
Does it? Are you sure?
No. I am not unsure.
Oh.
No, I That's not right. Huh? I got a sword? Oh, a worse sword. Didn't realize I got one though. Oh, and draw scroll 3.
Hey, bedtime.
Ayy.
There we go.
I even did some inventory sorting before bed.
Wow, nice. That's efficiency.
Yeah. Not getting used to the way I look like a cowboy. Should change my outfit again. Stardew Valley Fair. 1 week from today.
Oh.
There, that's better. We got a dwarf gadget. That's not a rusty spoon.
Man. Oh, Kent sent me a bomb. That's okay to send in the mail.
Who sent you that?
Kent.
It's probably some war
That's fine.
memorabilia that he had.
That's fine to do. It's okay if you do that. If you send a bomb in the mail, that's fine.
If it's
Don't
just
worry.
a couple houses over, that's okay.
Yeah.
If it's cross country, then maybe not.
Kent's secret identity.
Well, you had to do something after the war. Make a hat. Oh.
Ribs done? Alright. Robin can always use more work. I guess that's true. It's good for her. You could say business is booming.
I made that.
Let's process some omnigeodes. Rusty spoon? Anyone? Anywhere? Whole bunch of stone.
I just made a couple clothes with items I had on me. And my next thought was, I wonder what the dinosaur egg would make.
Oh no!
No, I'm not gonna do that. Not yet.
Not yet! Wait a minute!
I mean, if we get an abundance of dinosaur eggs eventually, then maybe. The cat with the mouse ears. Oh my god.
It's so cute. It's so cute.
Oh, it just gave me river jelly.
Oh.
And then ran
There's
away.
So many shells on the beach. So many shells.
Okay. Let's put the dinosaur egg in the incubator.
It's gonna happen this time.
I am
For
so
sure,
worried!
right?
I did it! Ah!
This time for sure, right?
Hopefully. Fourth time's the charm.
It's gotta happen.
I've got so many ostriches.
Yeah, I'm gonna go now.
Fine.
Goidbye. I kinda like Goidbye.
Goodbye.
I'm sure Goidbye is. But I kinda like it.
We're gonna name the next animal that.
Yeah.
Oops. Can't type. Goodbye. It is noted. Oh, dig spot. Oh, play.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hmm?
Sun can't find us beneath the leaves. We trick him, haha. I see a dig spot too.
Ah. Watch you have it.
Aw. Golden coconut and fossilized ribs. I guess I've got ribs too, huh?
That's a fancy hat. I'm making all the clothes.
Me.
Can you put clothes on your children? Doesn't seem like it. Ah! Oh, you can!
Oh.
You can put hats on
Gosh.
your kids.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, what other hats do I have?
Where's the tree that can't grow? Is this one?
It's probably gonna be some small mango tree.
Yeah, I see it. This one, huh?
No, you're gonna look better with the other one. Stop running! There. Oh my god. You found it? You found the tree?
I found it.
No, I forgot I wanted to go to Clint's. It's too busy with hats. I think we still have tarot tubers here.
Yeah, I think I accidentally put them back in the chest. But I do have at least 2 here on the island that I planted.
Not seeing any in the
Let's see.
seeds.
I think there might have been more in another chest. Let me see.
Not seeing any here.
Huh. What did I do with them?
Maybe they're in another chest somewhere. Well, I have a bunch of tarot roots that we can probably turn into tarot tubers somehow. Actually, let me check if—
Oh, there's some in this chest. Okay.
Is that a thing that works? You can do— yeah. You can turn the tarot roots into tarot tubers with seed makers.
Okay.
You should have a bunch of seed makers on the island.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I do. I have a bunch here.
Okay, good.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. What happens when you use the ostrich egg? Huh. We should probably get the galaxy swords actually. Cause I'm turning everything that I haven't turned into clothes. Into clothes.
Okay.
And I'm doing the gems right now. And we've got 4 prismatic shards. And we can turn them into the swords, the galaxy swords. Then we still have 2.
Okay.
If you want it, it's definitely a more powerful sword than we have right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I want it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Are you doing math right now? I'm sorry.
It's okay. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 24, 6, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. So that's 31. I should be writing this down. That would be helpful.
Yeah, probably. Because math is difficult.
Math is hard.
It is. This is also riveting gameplay right now. You were doing math and I'm just turning things into clothes.
Any other spots that already have fertilizer? Yes, there are. Okay. What's that? I got random ancient seeds.
Huh? Okay.
Ancient seeds from the seed maker.
Wow. I mean, apparently there's a very small chance that that will happen, but that's surprising.
Yeah. I'm impressed.
So many clothes already. It's sad that they don't sort alphabetically automatically. Will you make it?
For now.
You have 20 seconds.
Work on this tomorrow. Yeah. Okay.
Hey!
We made it.
Whoop whoop. Day 10 of fall year 6.
Oh, Demetrius sent me a nautilus shell for some reason.
A nautilus shell? Okay. other things are there?
Boo, 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 boo.
Ah, this hat looks funny.
Having fun with hats.
I'm having fun with all of the things you can make.
Okay.
At some point I'll need to make a list of what I have and have not used yet. It's just too many things.
So that's gonna be 80 when I'm done.
Oh, I love this. You're working so hard to actually get numbers right now. I'm just like, shirts.
Haha, shirts. Hee hee hee. Tee hee hee. Okay.
I saw that.
Hmm?
Are you opening the chest?
I did briefly just to check that I had everything. Okay. Okay.
Do you have everything you need?
I think so.
Ooh. Can you turn these into clothes too? Yes! Oh my gosh. Okay, enough clothes for now.
Did you make a bunch?
Oh, I made so many. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff that you find interesting too. I just have the strong desire to just make every single piece of clothing that you can.
Seems like a worthy endeavor to me. Make sure that we're always fashionable.
Yeah. Oh, what is that? Oh, the shrimp cocktail. Looks very alien.
Okay.
The shrimp cocktail made a shirt that's just called Shrimp Enthusiast shirt.
Called what?
Shrimp Enthusiast shirt.
菅さんじゃん。菅原さんの。That's wonderful. One of these days we'll have to see if I can get through an entire stream without mentioning Haikyuu. But yeah, that's Suga. He has a shrimp shirt and he has 2 different potato shirts. There's a thing in the official guidebook where they like list everybody's family members and they reveal that Suga has a little brother. And I'm like, oh, I'm sure he embarrasses him all the time. And probably like half the reason he wears those like stupid shirts is just to embarrass his little brother.
Probably, yeah, that's how older brothers are.
Yeah. Like, you're either gonna fight or you're just gonna, like, be a huge embarrassment.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, we're about to need more hay, too.
Hmm.
It's getting late. I don't care, I'm too busy sewing.
Yeah, I gotta go not pass out, hopefully.
I still got some time. I'm gonna run out of cloth at this rate. Can you turn these?
Well, we can always make more.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, bed.
Good idea.
Bed.
Oh no, I already had that. Damn it.
Hmm.
80G! Yay!
Wow.
That's so much money!
That is a lot of money. Yay! Let's just not spend it all in one place.
Okay. I'm just gonna put the ones that I accidentally made multiple of into your wardrobe.
Okay.
You're getting some shirts just dropped onto you.
Hee.
I have this.
New fashion choices.
Well, it's hard to tell because they're not sorted. I would want them to be sorted.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, today's Jodie's birthday.
Oh, what does she want?
Found some good quality stone. Maybe you can build with it or something from George. Okay. Okay, what does Jody love? Gotta be nice to my future mother-in-law. Pancakes and crispy bass. So, food. I have neither of those. Well, that's easy enough.
Oh. No, those are done.
Abigail doesn't seem to be interested in talking right now. She's getting mad!
Uh-oh.
Oh, dang.
Just kind of doing some reorganizing now. So unlike me.
That is
But
really
here we are.
surprising.
Yeah.
Where is Jody? Can't seem to find Jody.
Okay.
Jody, come out. Oh, what is going on in here?
Oh,
Ah, the book thing.
the book thing.
Yeah, I went into the museum and everyone from Pelican Town is in there, and it's apparently about Elliot's book.
Oh.
Sebastian's there too.
I bet he's so happy to see you.
Oh, for sure. Ah, I'm dressed in all green again and I'm standing right next to Caroline. That's fun.
You're matching. How nice.
Yeah. Chapter 1. Okay, good. You're not actually reading the whole book. There's so many people left. I forgot I don't have time for this. I have to look for Jody. No, she's not here. Honestly, yeah. It was like, I don't know, 7 people? Something like that. Where are you coming from? You are not Jody.
Okay, so that will make 90. So we need to plant 10 more? Is that right?
Maybe. I don't know. Still not home. Got some fish for you, Jody. Liz, where's she? Oh, she was on Ginger Island. Yeah. And I think tomorrow the bookseller is back in town again.
Oh, wow. Coming back, huh?
And then it's almost time for the fair, too.
Wow, so much is happening.
Yeah. Oh, you sent me a lot of stuff. Wow.
Yeah. can make it up to the dig site really quick. Let's get a little bit more done before the end of the day.
Should be able to make it.
Yeah. Should be fine.
Yeah.
I'll probably chop down a couple of these trees and make room for the new ones.
For the mango trees.
I know it's getting late. I know. Oh, hello. Hello, kitty.
Aww.
Hi. You guys hear her? She
Someone's
brought in a
excited.
toy. Hi, baby. Hello.
It's cute.
Okay. Bedtime. Bed.
Oh. Some pocket money.
Just a little bit.
The bookseller.
What's he got this time?
We'll see. Ice cream.
Ooh.
I also can't forget I need to stop by Marnie's today.
Oh, Marnie.
Yeah, well at least we've got the thing of where we can buy stuff even when she's not there.
Yeah, that's true. That's helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, you kind of need that for a functioning gameplay, considering how often she's just gone.
Truly.
Just not that much good stuff. Oh. Well, only seeing it now. The ones that don't have the thumb also specifically say they are a skill book. The other ones with the thumb just say book.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Fishing experience, mining experience, and foraging experience. That's not helping. On which floor is ghosts? In the mine, where can I find ghosts?
Work on that a little bit later. Okay.
I don't know. Let me check. $51 to $79. Okay. So I am on the right levels.
That's a lot of floors.
Yeah. Oh, there's the first one. Good. Ah, those were the things that are annoying to kill because they just have so much knockback. Just got a prismatic shard.
Oh my gosh! Wow!
One of those soot things. The coal thingies.
Amazing.
That was unexpected.
Yeah, I'll say. Do, 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 do.
You doing alright?
Yeah.
Good.
Still going to make attempts at organization.
I only need 2 ghosts and I only found 1.
Aww.
And now it's playing sad music.
Oh no!
Ghost. Yes.
Yay, Ghosty!
Need to talk to the wizard? Oh my gosh. How am I getting there the quickest? Maybe he'll give me a rusty spoon as a reward.
Yeah, maybe.
Never lose hope.
You never know what could happen.
Yeah. I don't think the wizard goes to sleep, so that's actually pretty good. He's just standing here still. Thank you! Ooh, lava crabs. Oh shoot, I wanted to go to Marnie's. Oh, hi Shane. He just
What's
said
he up to?
he just said this weather makes him thirsty. And it's raining.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Ah, go away. No!
Oh no? Oh no!
I was halfway in my bed.
I lost track of time. I wasn't paying enough attention. Oh no!
Oh, you didn't make it either.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, which?
No, that's the wrong coop! That's the dinosaur coop!
Oh. Uh-oh.
As long as she didn't turn the dinosaur egg into a void egg, it's all good.
Can you imagine?
Oh, I'd be so sad. I haven't checked on that yet. What else is... Oops. Ah!
You're kidding. No.
No. No, it's Abigail's birthday today. That's what I reacted
Oh, okay.
at. I haven't even left my house yet.
Oh my gosh.
I am sorry for the anxiety I caused you.
It's okay.
I am scared to enter the coop.
Okay.
That's probably fine.
Actually, if I just...
The cat and mouse. Oh, hilarious. Ah, there is a separate void egg, but there still seems to be an egg in the incubator.
Okay.
At least that's what it looks like. That looks so weird.
I guess I should come home for my wife's birthday, huh?
Oh yeah, I already forgot again. Maybe you should, yeah.
Yeah.
Or you could ignore it. She'd get really mad again. Oh, Abigail. I don't see her. Oh, she's probably in town. Just have truffles in your fridge.
Oh. What is Pierre doing here? Oh, okay. Everybody's going to the island. That's what's going on. I was trying to like leave Willie's. Pierre walked right into me.
So she's probably in town, is she?
Probably. Let's look for her.
No, this time I find Jody very easily. Oh, hi.
Hello.
Hi, Sebastian.
Cutscene. We got a cutscene.
Oh, with whom?
It's like the workout class at Pierre's.
Fun.
You're walking through my cutscene.
She's not in her room. Well, she's definitely not in here. No one is in here. Well, Shane just came in, but he doesn't count.
He doesn't count. Where's my wife?
Caroline and Jody are in the community center. Oh,
Oh.
wow.
There we go.
Aww. Evelyn is there too.
Aww.
Talking about how this place has so many good memories for her. I don't know, I can't find her.
Yeah, I'm looking up in the mountains.
I'm on the way there right now.
Where's my wife? I have to see my wife on her birthday.
She's lost at sea.
I hope not.
Probably not.
Maybe she would find that exciting on her birthday, though.
Probably.
library?
Oh, maybe. I also checked Sam's and she wasn't there.
Oh, there's another cutscene here. Oh, do I get Elliot's book thingy now? I think
Probably,
so.
yeah.
Well, she's here in the cutscene.
Yeah, I don't think that counts.
Yeah, I can't give it to her like that. Chapter 1. Commander Yetkin stepped through the golden archway as the airlock snapped shut behind him. Today was his first day on planet Yazo, and all 14 of the Alliance delegates had been summoned to the Grand Spire.
Wow.
What a great bus. And as the seventh moon descended beneath the horizon, the planet of Yazo would begin its sinister transformation, an event for which Commander Yetkin was completely unprepared. Well, that concludes my reading. Great. Oh, how nice. How nice.
Happy Elliot.
No Abigail, though. Maybe she's at the saloon by now.
Maybe. I'm trying to find lava crabs, but no chance.
She's not here either. What?
Maybe she's back home by now?
Yeah, I guess I gotta go back home. Hope she doesn't go to bed before I get to give her her birthday present.
I'm gonna check the farm. Oh yeah, she's at home.
Okay, I'm coming. Don't go to bed yet, Abby.
I'm talking to her. It should work. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay.
There.
Here you go. Hey, you remembered my birthday. Thanks, Ida. This is really nice. Of course I remembered your birthday. You're my wife.
Maybe she didn't have too high expectations of you. since you leave her for so long.
Oh man.
Don't mind me, just walking around with cloth.
As you do.
Yeah. I wonder if these fish make anything. Maybe turning a price ticket into a piece of clothing. On time this time.
Amazing, right?
I'm still outside, so yes. I love the mouse ears on the cat. So cute. Oh, it's Sandy's birthday tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
Can't forget that.
Yeah.
Oh god. I have so many shirts now. Oh gosh. You just gotta scroll through it. It's wild. What does Sandy like? I don't know.
Impossible to tell.
I mean, probably like flowers. Something from the
Probably,
valley.
right?
Crocus, daffodil, mango, sticky rice, and sweet pea. Yeah, 3 of those are flowers.
Makes sense.
You don't get that many flowers in the desert.
A new ostrich chick has hatched. It's a big one. Did we have another name lined up?
I did note down the goodbye thing. Goodbye.
Yeah, let's do it.
We'll have to think of a new name for the dinosaur.
Yeah.
Because we've already named 3, so... Ideas are
so
slowly
sad.
running out. Why do we have so many ostriches?
Why not?
It's just so many. I don't think I've ever had one in a regular playthrough.
Yeah.
Oopsie, I clicked on oopsie by accident.
Thus the name.
Yeah. Hmm. Spicy eel in a box. Fun.
Huh?
I found a plate of spicy eel in one of those mystery boxes.
Oh, nice. It's weird that it was in there, but
yeah,
helpful.
I don't know if I would eat that. Probably not. Now, what's the plan, time-wise?
Oh yeah. That's a good question.
We've been going
What is the
for
plan?
almost 4 hours.
Yeah, how are you feeling? It's really late there.
Well, it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
Technically, I'm
Do you have to
okay
work
still.
tomorrow?
I have work tomorrow. I'm just getting really cold.
Oh yeah.
Because you
Yeah, maybe
know.
we should wrap up soon then.
Yeah, maybe. I do still want to give Sandy her gift, so maybe last day tomorrow?
Okay. Sounds good.
Awesome. Oh! What?
Oh?
Oh, that is weird. The traveling merchant is here today. And she
yeah.
only has one thing for me.
Because I bought everything.
Ah, you already went there!
Yeah, I bought out all of her inventory.
Well, I'm buying the
What did
last
she
thing
have
then.
left? Out of curiosity.
The wedding ring recipe.
Oh.
I bought it, so now she has no stock left.
She had some fairy seeds that was handy.
Oh.
Oh, ah! Hey!
I was wondering, what is this?
Horse thief!
Try to catch me. Don't
Thank you.
abandon your horse. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Out of stock. That's hilarious. Can't you use something else but a rusty spoon? My gosh.
No, it must be a rusty spoon.
It's quite the obsession.
Oh, hi, Sam.
Where? Oh, I don't have pizza on me, so...
He's down by the...
Oh, actually, I've met him today already, too, so...
Oh, okay. Gonna use that wedding ring recipe?
Oh no, that's just for marrying another player.
Oh yeah, I guess.
So, unless I want to give you one, no.
Empty out my inventory for the billionth time.
Ida was dropping hints and you missed it. You mean because of the wedding ring, or what? Well, I can't propose to you if you're still married.
Yeah, that doesn't work, does it?
No.
I wonder what happens if you try.
I could. But if I remember correctly, the wedding ring also needs a prismatic shard. 5 iridium bars and a prismatic shard. I'm gonna take one anyways. To get the sword tomorrow.
Fancy stuff is expensive.
Yeah. We do have everything. But then we only had like 1 prismatic shard left. I don't know about that. Oh, jeez. Just wanted to hide your horse.
I had a feeling. Hi, Ozzy. I had a good day today. There's always something interesting going on around here if you look close enough. Cute!
An early night for a change.
Hehe. Okay. Bedtime, I think. Bedtime, bedtime, time for bed.
Yeah, join me in bed.
Join you in bed. Oh my gosh. Now you're the one dropping in.
Maybe not the same bed. I like having a
Oh,
big
fair.
bed to myself.
Mm.
Hmm.
I dressed up my children and they look fantastic.
What did you dress them up with?
They're in their
Ah,
true form.
their true form?
Oh, Grange is played tomorrow.
Yeah,
I
tomorrow's
guess
the
that's what
fest.
we'll start next time.
Yeah. We're on. Oh. What are they wearing?
A paper hat and a tiara. Don't they look
Ah,
fantastic?
yeah. You should. Have you seen My Children?
I have not. I'm gonna go look at them.
They've been wearing hats for ages now.
Yeah, I think I actually did see one of them, maybe. Oh my gosh, they look so good.
Very handsome kids.
Yeah. Oh wow, you have so much clothes.
And most of it is shirts. If there's anything in there you like, feel free.
Yeah, I might have to read your closet when I do my new outfits for each season.
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
Look at all that. Oh my gosh.
He's still looking at the clothes.
I wish there were more pants options in this game. So I just feel
Yeah.
like there aren't very many overall.
I mean, there might be more, but that's just what I have until now. Doesn't mean that it's everything.
Yeah.
I've actually been wondering if we can use a tent kit. Probably. I'm like, what is this? The Tetris effect? That
Oh yeah?
whatever I'm seeing, I'm thinking like, hey, maybe I could turn that into a piece of clothing.
Yeah.
Ah, you can't.
I remember I used to have that like when I was playing Skyrim a lot. Like I would be riding the bus and I would like look out the window and think like, oh, that looks like a plant that I can forage probably. I should like get off the bus and go get that one.
God, yeah, it can happen so quickly too. I love it. 2 mystery boxes and another mystery box. And one of those had another 2 mystery boxes.
How deep does it go? How many layers?
It's like the Russian doll of mystery boxes.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh no. Still wanted to go to Lewis's. Then it's time to hit the bus. Oh. New community quest. Ocean fish or wood? Let's go wood.
Okay.
I just decided for us.
Yeah, that works. Because we just did ocean fish.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thought behind that too. Okay.
head back to the island again briefly. Even though the next time we play, I'll have to come right back for the, what's it called?
The
fair.
Yeah.
Marnie!
I accidentally talked to Pam instead of grabbing a ticket at the machine, and she went, "Ugh, my head."
Oh no!
She's hungover. Or drunk. Ah! Ah! I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Hi!
Huh? What?
Sandy's not alone.
Oh? Who
Yeah,
is she with?
Who might she be with? Her best friend.
Whomst?
So glad to have a day off from work. Emily. Emily's in the desert.
Wow. There's my wife going to hang out in the graveyard. As you do.
Yeah, of course. Where else would you hang out?
Yeah, I can't think of any other hangout spots, really.
You need 5 Omni Geodes to get 1 artifact trove. Okay. Dig spot. Oh. Clay. Ooh, sparkles.
Sparkly.
This power is tremendous. It's not a ton better.
Well, any small improvement is worth it, really.
Yeah. Aww. They're on a walk. Kind of looks like they're on a date. Oh, they're matching color-wise. I'm only now realizing.
Ooh.
Yeah, Emily has blue hair and a red dress. And Sandy has red hair and blue clothes.
Aw, they're so red-blue.
Yeah. It's probably coordinated.
Probably, right?
Yeah. Okay. How did you get that sword? I took a prismatic shard and went in the middle between all the pillars. I'm pretty sure that's the only way you can get the galaxy sword. You can get the galaxy hammer and all of that through different means, but the sword, I think you can only get like that. I could be wrong though. Oh, you didn't know that? I think that's been in the game as long as... I don't know.
Just one of those little secrets. There's so many of them in this game.
Yeah.
We have a QI quest to find 4 prismatic shards.
Okay.
That's a lot.
It is a lot,
get
but it probably
40
pays
gems
out pretty
for it,
well,
though.
doesn't it?
Yeah, we get 40 gems. Do you want to try it? It's 14 days, so it's possible.
Yeah. And we can maybe
Guess we might as well try.
we can maybe look up where the highest chances to actually get them.
Yeah.
combat side of Stardew is not one that could grab my attention. Don't tell Ida that. Where? I don't know. Collect 4 prismatic shards, place 4 prismatic shards into QI's collection box. So we don't even get to keep them?
Oh my gosh.
Well.
I'm looking at the stuff that's available, and if I get the horse flute, can I bring my horse to the island? Like, does it work?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's too risky for me to try that without looking it up. So
yeah, does it
I'll look it up
say
for
anything?
next time. It just says it, like, summons your horse to your current location, but, like, I assume there are places it can't go, right?
Oh no. Ah!
Huh?
It only works outdoors while no other players are currently riding the horse if in multiplayer, and can be used to summon the horse to Ginger Island into the desert.
Oh, it can! Ooh! Maybe then.
That's fun.
Yeah.
There was something else that. Oh yeah, prismatic shards. Where the highest drop rate is. 25 and 25. 25% chance from a mystic stone in the mines at floor 100 plus, skull cavern in quarry. And 25 chance from a meteorite.
Okay.
There's by far the highest chances. The next highest is 3.8%.
Oh, okay.
I think mystic stones are the ones that are like blue with the light blue swirls on them. I think I've seen a couple of those today. I could try. There don't seem to be any in the quarry right now.
Okay. Well, maybe there will be within 14 days.
Maybe. Otherwise level 100 plus.
Yeah.
And or Skull Cavern.
We'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
Doing some more mine adventuring does sound pretty fun.
Yeah. Well, there's also the Terror Road. And the wood. So we've got a lot of questing to do next time.
Yeah.
No, it's too risky. I wanted to organize my inventory before we start, but no. It's just time for bed. Oh yeah, the fair is tomorrow.
Bed.
Hey!
All right.
We did it!
Yeah, another successful day.
Yay!
All right, let's figure out our rating, huh? Everybody stick around, get your raid points. You'll need them. Well, not need, but you'll have fun. You'll enjoy having them. How about that? Um, who is... Oh, Taka-kun is still playing Splatoon. Let's go over there. I recently did a, collab with him, a big, massive collab of, VTubers who have ukuleles.
Oh
And I don't play
yeah!
mine much these days, but I do have one, and I at least played a little bit. I strummed a little so people could hear what it sounds like. It was fun. We talked a lot about music and a lot about languages. Yeah,
That
it
is
was
so
fun.
nice. I saw that you were streaming. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think I'm also gonna
So let's
do some.
go.
Gonna use Leo Sonus. Sonus. I still don't know how to pronounce the
Oh,
last part, but yeah. He's a lot
yeah.
of fun. He has a very
He
cute
was
model.
great.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. We'll both go see someone fun. Yeah.
Stream. How do you. Oh, there. Never mind. Okay.
Let's see. We're on again for next week, right? You're
Yeah.
okay, yeah. I was trying to remember like the other times that'll be difficult for you, but not till like November, right?
Yeah, I will tell you again. I will check my calendar in a little bit and yeah. But next week
All
should be
right.
on.
All right. Sounds good. Well, I will see
Yay.
everybody then.
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you all for being here today. Say hi to Taka-kun for me and to Leo also. Say hello.
Yes, say hello to everyone.
Yeah, and we will
Right.
see you again next time. But until then, yeah, thank you for being here. I love you all very, very much. You.
Bye bye.